Apologies, it would help if I turned the mic on. There we go. Okay. How's everyone doing at the moment anyway? How is everyone this evening? How's everyone's start to the weekend? And hope everyone's had a good week as well. How's everyone? How is everyone doing? Alright, okay. I'm going to try resetting the camera one more time and then we should be good to go. Yeah, perfect. There we are. Camera is working brilliantly now. There we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Oh, glad to hear you're doing well, Alex. Yeah, I'm good. It's been a busy old weekend, or start to the weekend, to be honest. But I much prefer it that way. How are you guys getting on with your Warhammer projects? What is everyone working on at the moment? Have you got stuff that you've been working on that you're sort of continuing, or is it new stuff that you're looking to get started today? I do apologise in advance if you hear any barking or like weird dog related noises. I now have a puppy and it has been rather interesting, to say the least, to get her trained and all the other fun bits and pieces that come along with training a dog. What have we got here? Just finished my Warpsmith recently, as you know. Yeah, I think you posted some pictures on the Discord, didn't you? Today I'm starting with my CSM Havocs. I'm set. Oh, cool. So as always, Alex, as you know, once they're assembled, do pop some pictures in the old Discord so that we can share our thoughts. Okay, as you know, we are, as the title suggests, really, we're going to be finishing off old Nekrosor here. In the last live stream, for those of you that were part of it, it doesn't matter if you weren't, this was basically just primed in lead belcher, so silver, and we applied some, what's it called? Is it Reikland Flesh Shade? My pronunciations are awful, so I do apologise in advance. To give it that sort of like rusty, sort of like browny type look. Probably going to be putting some more of that on today as well, because from the tutorial videos that I've seen online, it's quite an obvious detail on Necrons in general, and looking at this, it's not as obvious. So I want to apply some of that in certain areas. I've also finally picked up a pot of lead belcher, as opposed to just the spray can for priming, and that's to go over some of the mistakes that I made in the previous stream. And then we've got some Abaddon Black and now my dog's eating my sweets. I do apologise. Here she is, for anyone interested. There's the old puppy. It's a Pomeranian. She's about 12 weeks old. Right, let me move these sweets out of the way before she eats any more. Sorry, where was I? Yes, so I got Abaddon Black, which I'm going to paint the base with. This old destroyed tank, which is now some rubble. And then for some edge highlighting, I am going to do some dry brushing, which I've never done before. This will be the first time that I've ever done any dry brushing. And I'm going to do that in Corex White. Because I don't have, at the moment in my collection, I don't have a lighter silver colour or a more sort of stronger metallic colour. So we'll see how it goes, and that will look really nice on some of the edges of the silver parts here. It'll be very apparent along the sort of the blackened areas here and on the inside, which is what I've seen on some of the tutorial videos. Puppy, the best Emperor class Titan with peak destructive capabilities. Yes, she is very destructive. At the moment, she is chewing everything, running off with socks, shoes, you name it. My God, she's so cute. Yeah, she's back here now on the sofa. Here she is. You could mix it yourself if you want. What do you mean by mix it yourself? Apologies if that's a silly question. So, yeah, her name's Bo. She's being quite shy right now. But let me tell you, she is an absolute ball of energy. Absolute crazy, crazy dog. You can probably hear her barking in there. There we go. Right, let's get started. And I think first things first, we are gonna. Oh yeah, it's okay. Okay, making sure everyone can hear you, is it? Add a tiny bit of another color to your paint, and try get the color so you don't. Ah, right. Okay, so like mix. So mix the some Corax White and some Lead Belcher together, do you think? Or should I mix it with another colour? I've got Wrathbone. I think that's like a slightly darker white. Slightly darker off-white. She will calm down in a minute. I can't think of whether I've got any other light colours really. I think it is just the Corex White and Wrathbone. Haven't tried it with a metallic colour, but you could test it and find out if it works. Yeah, that's a good idea actually, because it's always good to test these things, isn't it? So with the dry brushing, typically, and please do correct me if I'm wrong because I am new to this, and as I said, I've never dry brushed before. Would I do that last? So would I, first things first, touch up any mistakes I've made with the Lead Belcher, then go over the bits that I want to make slightly more shaded with the flesh shade, and then to finish up, do a base highlight for the test that we're going to do with Lead Belcher and Corex White. Would it be best to do it in that order, do you think? She's definitely a student of Khorne, yes. I don't know if you can still hear her, but she's going absolutely mental the other side of my table right now with her toys, growling, just generally being a menace. She definitely wants some attention. Right, there we go. Righty then. Oh my God. She is going nuts. She's full of beans. Hey, shh. It's okay. Right, 2 seconds. I'm going to go put her in the bedroom with my wife. 2 seconds. Right. Well, she isn't going to be calming down anytime soon. So, she'll wear herself out in a minute, to be honest with you. Don't tell me we have a scam website seller. Yes, it would seem that way. I don't know how to get rid of the message. How do we get rid of it? Aha. Here we go. Perfect. Right, I've just got rid of that. Thank you very much, Sloth. I'm just as new to streaming as I am Warhammer. So any suggestions on that front, do let me know. Matt Sarf or you, thank you very much for joining over on YouTube. You forgot that you can join through here. Yes, playing ball games outside. We'll keep it on in the background. Oh, really appreciate that. If you do get a second, let us know what board games you're playing. Okay, cool. Right, let's start off with some lead belcher to correct those mistakes from the last stream. Got my fresh homemade wet palette ready to go. There we are. It's the first time I'm cracking that open. I don't know how many. I can't remember, so apologies. Can't remember how many of you are from the UK. But those of you that are based in the UK, you'll know of a shop called Hobbycraft. And I was pleasantly surprised, actually, by some of the stuff they had available. I wasn't expecting them to have the Citadel paints and a bunch of other stuff. In fact, I picked up, I don't know if anyone saw my community post, but I picked up the plastic model toolkit so that I've got better clippers. I've actually got a hobby knife now, which I didn't have before. A thin metal file, because the one I had previously was also a metal file, but it wasn't that good. No biting, no biting. I've got a cut mat and some replacement blades, so that will come in handy for sure. I just realised I've used the wrong. I nearly called it a toothbrush then. I've just used the wrong paintbrush. I need the thin one. Judge, how we doing, bro? Thanks for joining on YouTube. Much appreciate it. It looks like we've got some a good number of people following already, or tuning in even. Weirdly, they have Citadel paints for £2-3. Yeah, I think the paint that I had was like £2.30, which was quite nice. Which is much cheaper than Games Workshop, and also much cheaper than my local game shop as well, actually. So that was good. Right, let's get the finer paintbrush, not toothbrush. I'm going to grab a tissue quickly for my paintbrush. 2 secs. Right, I am back. Apologies. And so is my dog by the looks of it. Let's move that there. Move that there. Got my cotton buds to correct any mistakes. Dry this off real quick. And then we're good to go. We are good to go after that. Love a bit of hobbycraft though. Can't go wrong for niche communities. Yeah. Prior to getting into Warhammer, I never had a need to go into hobbycraft. So I think the last time I went in there was probably, I'm not even joking, like 20 years ago when I was a kid. I can't remember what it was for that I went in there for. But yeah, they had a lot of stuff in there. The only thing that they didn't have, which I was hoping for because it is something that I really want to upgrade next, is like a selection, like a good selection of paintbrushes. Don't get me wrong, the ones I've got are great, but I've got the starter paintbrush that came with the introductory set, which is not great. And then when I picked up the introductory set, I explained that to the guy in the shop, that I knew that the paintbrush wasn't very good. Could he give me a better one for like details and etc., which is this one. But it doesn't flow quite right. So I've done some research, and is it Kalinsky? And then there's another one called Winston and something. There's about 3 or 4 like really good paintbrushes. They cost anything from like 10, 15, 20 quid per brush. But they're supposed to last really long and flow really well, and they're really good for like the finer details. So I do want to pick something up like that soon, if possible. And then the other thing I want to pick up at some point as well is a proper wet palette. There's nothing wrong with this homemade one, but in terms of having to like get it out of the cupboard, make sure it's unclipped, then get a tissue paper, wet the tissue paper, then get the baking sheet. It's quite a palaver, and then storing it and then replacing it. Wet palette, so much easier. It's already there for you, set up. So I do want to get one at some point. I've seen a good one. I think it's is it Red Grass? It's supposed to be a good brand. And they've got one for like 50 quid. And that's like if you're like really serious and into it. But they've got like a beginner's one for like £20. So I'm gonna try and pick one of those up at some point in the future. Because I don't need anything fancy at the minute. What a choice. One model or a good paintbrush, same price range. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? You can get like, there's quite a few models that you can get for like 20, 25 quid. Especially like the more, like the single named characters. And there's quite a few single named characters that I got my eye on. Chaplin being one of them, hence the name of the channel. I can't not have a Chaplin. That might be one of my next buys, actually. And is it Belisarius Cole from the Mechanicus? Really like that character from the lore, and I want to pick him up, but I think my painting skills at the moment are nowhere near good enough to to justify getting one of those. I'm going to need to seriously upgrade what I've done. There's not much I need to fix on this, to be fair. Just a few like really fine details, which looking through the camera, you probably can't see it, but I can, and that's what'll annoy me. So we're going to correct some of those finer details before we add the shade on. a good question for chat, actually. I've got Nuln oil, sorry, not none, which I used on my Space Marine, but I'm pretty sure that I was heavy-handed with it in terms of how it was applied, and I probably applied it to too many areas, I think. That's beginners for you, I suppose. But my question is, because we've already added some of this, and we'll be looking to add some more, would I need or should I use Nuln oil in any areas? Will it make it look better? Because I don't know really, and I was hoping to lean on some of the experienced guys for some advice, because I don't know. At some point as well, I know I'm probably yapping everyone's head off at this point. I do want to look into adding some music, like, to the stream. Some obviously some non-copyright, on low volume, chill music, just background noise, really. And I use OBS, so if any of you guys know anything about that stuff, I am all ears, and the advice would be greatly welcomed. In general, I just slather it all on there. I do thin my washes a bit before, though. Okay, cool. Alex, do you reckon it would be worth still using the Nuln oil thinly on this model, do you think? There's my dog going and barking in the background again. She is a ball of energy. Fun and games. She's been biting my leg under the table as I've been painting as well. I wouldn't put it on the glow parts. Okay, so avoid the green. But then, like, the rest of it, like all the little intricate silver parts in between the green, and then like all in here on the body and the face and the claws, that would be... Do you reckon that would be okay? What do you think? If you haven't put any wash on, yeah, I'd go for it. Yeah, I'll go for it. Yeah, the only wash, if you want to call it wash, is is it Rakeland Flesh Shade? Because it's classed as a shade, the same as the Nuln oil. So I don't know if that would clash, or if I should use one or the other as opposed to both. What do you think? Dog's getting told off now for being naughty in the other room. She is a little menace. We're still training her at the moment, so it's to be expected. She's such a lovely dog, though. Like, I'm talking lovely. Absolutely cute as hell. Loves a cuddle. Loves being in bed. As you can probably imagine, like most dogs. Alex, I'd just try it out, see if you like it, and if you don't, just paint over it and do something else. Okay, that's not a bad idea. We could do like a test area rather than covering the whole model. Like, do just like a little piece in the Nuln oil, see how it looks once it dries, and go from there, I suppose. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I should use the Nuln oil before I do the dry brushing, right? Might sound like a stupid question again, but I'm pretty sure that's how you're supposed to do it. Yeah, there's not much to correct. I took my time on this model when I painted it in the last stream. It was really, really slow. And don't get me wrong, I made mistakes, but I didn't make anywhere near as many mistakes compared to the tiny little Space Marine that I first painted. Feels like ages ago now that I've done that. When you guys first joined me on this crazy journey. Oh, in other news, I am hoping to record a reaction video tomorrow or Sunday if I get time. That being the timeline video from Bricky. I had a look at what order to watch the videos in. I've got a nice little playlist that I've put together because there's about 5, 6, 7 videos. There's like the timeline one, and then there's two faction videos, and then 2 faction re-explained videos, and then I think it's Space Marine factions or the best factions or something along those lines. So yeah, there's about 6 or 7 videos. And someone else also told me that I should do a reaction video to the Astartes animation on YouTube, which I didn't watch it. I checked it to see what it was on there. So many of them have got like millions and millions of views. Another one that was recommended to me for a reaction video was the Amazon secret level episode. I checked the trailer out for that, and it's about, I think it's about 20 odd minutes. That looks really cool. I did post in the Discord earlier as well about the Warhammer TV show that's coming to Amazon, and how Henry Carvel has really taken to making sure the lore is being followed to a T, unlike the Witcher series. So, there we are. I think that's most of the tail slash back mistakes done, to be honest with you. I think there were a few more up here, actually. I remember there being one on the face when I was trying to do the eyes. Cook Crafter, welcome to the channel, and welcome for the first time, actually. First time chat. Great to have you along, and thank you. Thank you for the praise on the model. How are you doing, Cook? And what are you working on, if anything, at the moment? There we are. That's the eye. The eye corrected. First time I've been working while I've seen the live notification. Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's always worth having the notifications on, just in case. I miss some of the streamers that I watch. I miss because I keep forgetting to put the notifications on myself. I've got about 20 minutes left in my work day, but I'll be working on a diorama as a birthday gift for my friend this evening. Ooh, that sounds interesting. If it isn't too difficult or long to explain in the chat, because I know sometimes it's difficult to explain things in a message, feel free to let us know what that is. Alternatively, if you're not already part of the Discord, we have a channel in the Discord where we all share sort of like pictures of sort of like finished projects or work in progress projects, and we all give like advice and feedback. So it'll also give us an idea of what you're working on, because that sounds really cool. Sounds really, really, really cool, and I'd love to see that. So if you're not already a member, feel free to jump in and share away. Right then, what else have we got? It will be Nister Riot from White Werewolf Tavern in a city side street outside an old school record shop. That sounds really cool. I defo want to see that. How far along in the project are you? Is it something you've like just started, sort of like halfway through, close to finishing it maybe? Right. Every time I look at the mini and think the tail is done, I see another little area. Typical, innit? Lovely. Such an itchy nose. Right, I am going to have a cheeky sweetie now that the dog's gone out of the room. Nope, dog's back. A cheeky sweetie to keep my taste buds going. I'll probably stream it tonight. I've sketched the backdrop and started on skin for model. I have about a month to get it finished before the birthday. Wow, okay. Is it really going to take you that long? Obviously, I know that some of these projects that people start can take weeks, if not months in some cases. I haven't quite got round to committing to a project that's that long. But hopefully one day I will, because some of those look really good. The big projects, that is. Just trying to have a look now to see if I can find any other silver areas that I missed previously. All these little ball things, I don't know what you'd call them. I was, call it lucky, call it steady hand, but I was really on the money with making sure I didn't go over the edges in the last stream, which I was quite pleased about, because I was like, I am going to make a mistake on these, especially these really tiny ones here by the blades. But I don't think, I'm trying to have a proper look now. I don't think there's anywhere. Maybe underneath here on the inside, which you can barely see. There's a bit of green where I've tried to paint the blade. I don't think you'll be able to see that on the camera, to be honest with you. There we go. Anything else? I think that's pretty good on the silver front. I have realised in looking at where I might have spilled some green on the silver that there's a couple of areas where I need to apply a bit more green. It might. I'm 3D modelling some of the set. I'd love to do some 3D modelling. how expensive is it to do some 3D modeling, like make your own sort of characters and stuff like that? Let me know. Because from what I understand, at least in the past, it's been quite expensive, but it has come down. But I don't know what the cost is. I'm assuming you've got your own 3D printer, or you rent one, or something like that. And crafting some of it, have enough time. I might try and get some LEDs built into the street lamp and shop windows. Wow. You are going balls deep with this project. Fair play. Fair play. Real commitment. You must be really good at doing this stuff if you're gonna be committing to something like that. The more you tell me about it and the more details that you share in terms of how difficult some of this stuff is, the more I want to see it. So I'll definitely jump into the live stream if I'm done here. Maybe watch it back, unless you post some pictures or videos over on the Discord. But I'm definitely going to try and catch something because it sounds really cool. I have big ambitions, yes. We'll see how it turns out. No, I'm sure you'll do just fine. Have you done anything like that before? Or is this like the first time? I'll be on in about 4 hours if you're still around. I should be. I'll probably be streaming till about 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. So by the time I'm finishing up on here, you'll probably be starting. And normally chill out and watch a bit of TV before bed. So I should be able to jump in and have a little look. Should. Fingers crossed. Right. Let's give this old paintbrush a quick clean. Let's get all the silver off. Am I right in saying that you should change the water after you've done something like lead belcher, any metallics, because it could filter over into the other paints? Is that right? So like if I was to use it now and then try and add some green, the green would be like shiny. I'm just checking my camera, making sure that it's all working, because last time it ran out of battery when we were on stream. Okay, 91%. That's fine for now. Just have to keep an eye on it. Right, I'm going to quickly change my water to be on the safe side. I'll be like 30 seconds. Right, I'm back. I am back. It depends on the size of the water pot, but in general, yes, you should probably change the water. Yeah, it's not very big, to be honest with you. I'm just using like a plastic disposable cup, so I'm glad I changed it now. I've heard people say to do that, yeah. Do I always change it out? No. It looks like Alex is in the same boat. Still learning, still learning. Right, let's get that lead belcher closed up so it doesn't dry out. And then let's get some of this green, which is a contrast paint, striking scorpion green, just to tidy up some of those green areas which are supposed to be like glowy. High five. Ah, you guys. All right, let's give this a shake. Make sure that it's all mixed properly. And then open up this bad boy. And then finish off the green stuff. I think after that, the only thing left to do is the shading and the dry brushing. So it begs the question, I mentioned it in the Discord earlier, just before we crack on with the painting, I just want to show you something very, very quickly, because I don't think we're going to be spending too much more time on the old Nekrosor, because it's nearly done. So the question to you is, do I assemble Titus? I won't assemble all of them tonight. I'll focus just purely on Titus. So do I assemble Titus once we finish painting Nekrosor? Or, alternatively, do I assemble, not all of them, but I would assemble like these three. I would assemble either the Scorpec destroyers, there's 4 of those, 1 Hexmark destroyer, 2 Locust heavy destroyers, or 3 Ophidian destroyers. I'm more inclined to do the bottom ones because I think they look the coolest. However, they also look the closest to what I've just assembled in Nekrosor. So maybe it would be pretty cool to do the Scorpec destroyers. So there's your question. We can either do Necrons or Titus. Which would you prefer for me to assemble? Which army do you mainly run, JC? I forgot. At the moment, the first army that I am going to... Sorry, I've got a really bad nose. The first army that I'm going to be collecting and hopefully one day play with casually is Necrons. And then after that, depending on whether I get bored of how they play, or maybe some people have told me that Necrons are like fairly straightforward and easy to paint. I wouldn't know any different. So if it becomes too easy for me to paint Necrons, then, and I want to sort of test myself, I'll move on to another army. And I do quite like the look of the craziness and creative opportunity of orcs. I was very close to building an orc army. It was between orcs and Necrons, and I'm talking like super close in terms of which one I was going to do. I really do like some of the orc models. Sloth, you have like a number of armies, don't you? I think you said before, and I do apologize if I'm getting you mixed up with someone else. I think it was you have some orcs, some Necrons. You've got some, what are they called now? The massive guy, Titans, I think it was. War machines. You've got quite a selections. You have me confused. Oh, I do apologize. What is it that you got? That you've got? I've been sent so many pictures. Oh, you haven't got any yet. Okay. Oh, I remember now. That's right. Sorry, I'm getting you mixed up with someone called Horus in our Discord. I remember you saying that you'd like whittled it down to like 3 different armies in the last stream. Have you made a decision on which one you're definitely going to go for yet, or are you still in that sort of like deciding phase? I do know. I know how difficult. Death Guard, nice. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Nice. And if that is the army that you definitely go with, if that's the decision that you have made, when do you think you'll finally pick up a box or a miniature of them? And which miniature or box of miniatures are you going to start with as your first ever to assemble and paint? because I'd love to see how you get on with those. And I'd also love to know how fiddly they are to like make and paint, because I don't have any Death Guard. I'm not sure if anyone else in chat has any Death Guard. Maybe they could share whether or not they're straightforward or difficult. Start when you've got some money. Oh, you're going to get a combat patrol. Nice. Are the combat patrols, again, being new to this, I don't fully know the cost of everything. Are they like 100 odd quid? And you get like, I'm pretty sure you get like 10, 15, maybe more miniatures in a box. You get like a decent amount. I could be getting mixed up with something else. 85 to 105, yeah. I thought as much. Could be one of them ones where if you go to the right place, I know some of these online shops like Wayland and Element Games, they do like a 15 to 20% discount, so you might be able to get it closer to the 85 if you're lucky. In my experience, any Nurgle minis are super fun to paint. You can really go wild and make them super gross. Oh, that sounds cool, that does. The one I was going to buy was 105, but on Elements it's 83. That's amazing. That's where I got my Battalion Necron box. It was, I think, 105 on the Game Workshop website, and it was 80, maybe 83, 82 pounds on Element, which is mental. Saving yourself over 20 quid, which is enough to buy another mini or a handful of starter tools like paintbrushes, clippers. Details and teeth and stuff looks difficult. Yeah, could be. Do you have all of the starter tools? Do you have anything like that yet, or have you got to pick some up? Is it on the to-do list? I was lucky, I suppose. I had clippers in the introductory box set. I had a spare metal nail file at home. I bought super glue from Games Workshop, and then the rest of everything else you can see, like the tissues and the wet palette and stuff like that, I was lucky enough to have at home already. Looking at either the Hobbycraft stuff or the Amazon starter paint set for 30. Ooh, what's the Amazon starter paint set? I've not seen that. Just for context, this set here, which has got everything you need really, barring maybe one or two things if you want to go the extra mile. I think this was like £6.50 in Hobbycraft. So yeah, I was chuffed with that. So maybe have a look at that. Work is done. I got to drop and take the dog out into the snow for a bit. Have a good rest of the stream. Oh no, thanks for dropping by, Cook. Really do appreciate it. Enjoy the snow, and if I can drop by later on and check out your project, I certainly will. Best of luck with that. It sounds really cool. Alrighty then. I don't think there's much green, as I said, to do on this. All the best, Cook. All the very best. Sloth newbie. Yeah, of course, man. I think I've got the allowed. I think you're allowed to post links in the stream. I think it's enabled to allow you to do it. And that way I can check out what you're referring to if you want. I'm assuming it's the Amazon starter paint set. Because I might even need that, to be honest with you. I've only got a handful of things. Not got much. It's more the streamer side of things. Some streamers dislike links in their chat. Ah, right, okay, that makes sense. I suppose if people were like promoting all their own stuff, that would be annoying. But links like that, yeah, they're fine. I don't mind that. You know, other people might find it useful as well. Aha! Right, I'm just going to pop this down for a hot second. Let's take a look at this. Games Workshop Warhammer 40K paints and tool set. What does it come with? Contains a whole bunch of paints. Ah, that's quite good actually. So you get a pair of clippers, what looks like a nail file, which is quite thin on the end. That's good. That is. Starter paintbrush, which is the one I've got. I would suggest, if you don't have any other paintbrushes, I painted 2 Space Marines with that paintbrush, and it was a mess. It falls apart really quickly, and the reviews for the paintbrush generally are quite bad. So when I was in Games Workshop, I picked up the layer brush, which was suggested to me. I think it was like £5 or £6. Unless you can get a good paintbrush elsewhere, then I highly recommend it. Let's have a look at the paints it comes with. Because I do need a better selection of paints. Corax White, Rathbone, Lead Belcher, Abaddon Black, Technical Armageddon Dust. Oh, I can't read that next one. It's like a peachy, skin colory type tone. Mefson Red. I need red. I don't have red. Balthasar Gold. I've got that. Agrax Earth. I need that. I've seen loads of tutorials where people use that. Thunderhawk Blue. I need that as well for my ultramarine stuff for the edge highlighting. Macragge Blue, I've got that. Nagroth Night, got that. And then Magos Purple, I don't have that. That's a good selection of paints. That is. Sorry, I'm just now coming back to the screen to see what the chat's saying. Should work. Yeah, the paints are decent. Yeah, I'm just reading your list now. Yeah, I think I've got probably maybe like a third of the paints that are included in the box. I think that's because they came with the introductory box set. And then I've picked up a couple since then, like the Lead Belcher and stuff, and the Striking Green, so that I can do the Necrons and other bits and bobs. But yeah, there's stuff on there that I want, because I've got in the introductory box set, I've got some Tyranids, and I find the color scheme for the Tyranids, like the generic ones, I think it's like purple and white. I find it quite boring. And I think, is it the Behemoth color scheme for Tyranids is supposed to be like red and black, I think. I don't know if I'm getting mixed up with Behemoth or something else, but I really like the red theme, so I definitely need that red paint. That red paint that you mentioned, where is it now? Mepston Red. That was the one that was actually recommended for it. Funnily enough. So I definitely need to pick one of them up at some point, whether I get it through that box set or pick it up individually elsewhere. What Sloth, what theme are you going to go with for your Death Guard? Because I know sometimes people stick to like the box colours or the normal colours that are suggested for the faction, but then some people like to kind of go off and get creative and make their put their own spin on things. So what are you planning on doing? Okay. So Nurgle's green suits the rot super well. Cool. Nice. It's good that you've already got a plan. Like you already know what you want to do, which is good. Makes jumping into it a whole lot easier. I think you might have said previously, so I do apologise if I asked you this already on the last stream, but being new to Warhammer like myself and a couple of the other guys who are watching along, what was it that sort of drew you in to the whole Warhammer universe? Because I know lots of people that I've spoken to who are new, 9 times out of 10, it's never the same reason, which I find really interesting and quite cool at the same time. Sometimes it's a friend, sometimes it's like because of the video games. Some people like accidentally saw a lore video on YouTube. Like so many different reasons. It's crazy. I do like it though. I think it's quite cool. Yeah, I think we're nearly done with these green bits. There's not going to be much left for me to do. In terms of like the base colours, I suppose, if you want to call it that. It's going to be mainly for shading, I suppose. Could add a bit more green to these little dome ball things, whatever they're called. Oh, I've just seen your comment. 2 seconds. I'll get around to reading that now. No, write as long a message as you want, man. I don't mind. I'm the same in some streams that I watch. I end up writing a small essay in order to explain whatever it is we're talking about. I play Dungeons and Dragons. Half the group play it. I looked up some lore, found it cool. Then my friend in the other group allowed me to play against him with his spare Necrons and got hooked. Oh, nice. Nice. How did you find Necrons? I'm only asking because this is what I'm collecting. How did you find them? How do they play as well? But yeah, I like that. It's a good story. Obviously, I'm aware of D&D. I've never played it, but I know what it is. It's obviously very popular. All I can say is Reanimation Protocol. I've heard about this, and apparently it's supposed to be like mad overpowered. Something I should be looking forward to by the sounds of it. I just need to find somewhere I can play casually. Most of the places I've seen are like either like super hardcore, or you need to have like at least a basic understanding of the rules. So, which is a shame, really. Let me just finish this dot, and then I'll have a look at the next message. Catans are also a little OP. Very OP. Interesting. Didn't Games Workshop release a Catan with the 500 Worlds campaign? I'm pretty sure they did, because I ended up picking up 3 box sets, I think it is, from the 500 Worlds campaign. And I think the Catan was the only... I'm going to have to look now. It's going to wind me up otherwise. I think the Catan one was the only one I didn't pick up. But it was quite expensive, I think. It was like... Was it like 120 quid? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Right, I've completely butchered my search. Was it the Nightbringer? Nightbringer. Yeah, there it is. That's the one. Nightbringer. He is a Catan shard of the Nightbringer. I've seen some really cool looking models of that. How much was it? Was it like 82.50, which is quite a lot for a single model. But that's probably quite big as well, isn't it? I imagine. However, do be wary. 11th edition comes out this year and may change some of the rules. Yeah, isn't 11th edition supposed to be coming out in like, or the rumor is that it's coming out in like spring/summertime? Because I also watched a video on YouTube and they were saying that the rumor is the next campaign for 11th edition is going to be set around or returning to Armageddon, and it's going to be like the box set is going to be Space Marines painted red, so Blood Angels, and Orcs, but apparently it's only a rumor. So Alex, I think they updated the Nightbringer. Yes. Oh, they updated him, so there was like another model of the Nightbringer before this one, was there? Do they have any other Catan models, or is that the only one? As in like different characters. Again, this is me being like super new to it all. I'm just going to grab the box a second, because I think there was some wires on the box that were supposed to be green. So 2 seconds. It's just over here. I'm still in the same room. I've just got the box in the cupboard. And using it as a reference point. Right, now drink. Right, there it is. There's my reference. Yes, there was an old model. He desperately needed the update. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, there is a Void Dragon and the Ascended Catan. There's 4 in total, is there? Do you think with me collecting Necrons, do you think it's worth looking at those Catan miniatures as well, or just checking the battery on my camera? For those of you who were in my last stream, I forgot to put it on charge, and about 2 hours into the stream, the camera died and we had to cut the stream short, but we're okay. We're all good. We're an hour and a half in and we're on 86%, so I don't think that's going to happen again today. What's the 4th one? I can't remember now. So we've got Nightbringer, Void Dragon, Ascended, and then, yeah, what's the 4th one? Are they all available on the Games Workshop website, or have they, obviously Nightbringer is, but are the other 3 still available to buy, or do you have to kind of like shop around, buy one second hand or something like that maybe? What's the crack? Ah, never mind. Oh, did you find it, did you, or? Ah, the Deceiver. Yes. Yeah, do you think it's worth picking up a Catan miniature or 2 for my my Necron army? Or should I just focus on the actual Necron miniatures for now? I don't know what's best to do. Depends how many points you play. Yeah, I still need to look into that. Firstly, like how much points my characters are worth, and then also look into how much points different places allow you to play with. Is like the standard points amount for like most games like 2,000? It's only because I've seen that in like videos and streams elsewhere. I could be wrong. Take a look at the Void Dragon. He's rad as hell. Ooh, let's have a look now. And then I will paint the green wires on this. 1 to 2k depending on the person. Okay. I need to find... I can't remember someone... It might have been Newsloth. Someone in a previous stream told me about a website that you can go on, and it will give you like the points of the models that you have, so you can like work out what you want to use and what you want to take. What was it again? New recruit. Right, I'm going to put that in now. New recruit Warhammer. And I'm going to bookmark it so that I know that I've got it for later then. Aha, right, I've got that. Right, that's saved. Lovely. And then we're now going to look at... oh, is that the website there? Oh, nice. Oh, they're 2 different websites, but they do the same thing, is it? Lovely. Oh, I'll give both of those a look. But now we're going to take a look at the Void Dragon. Void Dragon Gaton. Oh, helps if I could spell. There we go. Oh, first link that comes up is Games Workshop, and it says it's out of stock. That does actually look sick. Everywhere's out of stock. Oh, it's so annoying. Yeah, that looks absolutely class, actually. Wow. How recently did they bring that model out? And I only ask because they, you said that they refreshed the other one recently, right? The Nightbringer. So I'm wondering whether or not they might have a little refresh of that one as well. Not that there's anything wrong with it, because it looks brilliant. I'll have a look at the other two as well. I'll have a look at all four, but I definitely like the look of Void Dragon out of the two that I've seen. More 100%. Right. Wires. 4 or 5 years old now. Is that like, would you say that's the sort of like typical time frame before Games Workshop look to do an upgrade, or do they wait longer? Ah, right, okay. I'm going to have to get a bit creative with this, because just realised that I've painted the wires in lead belcher, obviously from the primer. And this green, which is a contrast, is quite thin, and it's not going over the lead belcher. So I'm going to use a thicker base paint, Corax White, to go over that and then create a glowing effect on the wires as well. Mainly just so that I can actually paint it quicker. No, usually longer. Oh, really? How long do they usually wait, would you say? Like, what's the average? Nightbringer was from the early two. Oh, wow. So they're talking like 20 plus years before they refreshed it. Jesus, that's mad. That's ages. I didn't realize they wait so long. That's like a really long time. I suppose if there's nothing wrong with the model, then why would you refresh it? However, in saying that, if the model's really popular, refreshing it every 4 or 5 years, they probably get shed a ton of money. Because I was watching another stream the other day, and they pointed out that, you know, Primarchs are obviously really popular. You know, you didn't need me to tell you that. But my point being is, when they drop the Primarch models, because of the popularity of them, when they drop the new ones, they basically fly off the shelves. It's just an instant money maker. Because apparently they're also going to be bringing out a new Guilliman, and they don't know if they're going to be doing like a new 40k Guilliman or a 30k Guilliman. And with me building an Ultramarines army for the Loyalists, I'm very interested. So yeah, Loyalists, Ultramarines, Xenos, Necrons, and Chaos. I'm thinking of going Huron Blackheart with the Red Corsairs. I really like the whole aesthetic of them. Unless you're Marnus Calgar, it takes a lot of time until you get a model refresh. Hasn't he had like 3 or 4? Is that like the... It's like the banter of it all? That's insane. Ha! So I'm just checking something real quick. Dum 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 dum. Oh, my nose, man. I think I've got a cold coming, have I? I bloody well hope not. I really do hope that I haven't. I will be gutted if I do. Get that one. He's the Ultramarine Chapter Master. I think he's had 2 new models in the span of 7 years. That's crazy. So you've got Catan, who basically get a refresh every 20-25 years. And then you've got, I suppose, because the Ultramarines are like, everyone says they're the poster boys of what's his face? Warhammer. Is that right? And I also read as well, like a lot of, even though they're the poster boys, they've got like as many people that like them, just as many people dislike them. Is that right? Right, nearly done. Just doing this last thing now, and then I'm good to go. Lovely. Oh. Lovely jubbly. Right, that's that done. And that done. And that done. Lovely. So it says here, Space Marines, especially Ultramarines, get the most love from Games Workshop. Yeah, that's what I heard as well. That's literally what I heard. So I'm just changing something on the old TV for the background. I've got some like calm music playing. I don't imagine you guys can hear that, can you? I don't want to get a copyright strike. Oh dear. Change it to the next one. If it'll work. Lovely. Right. Yeah, do you think the Ultramarines, with them being like the poster boys and stuff, do you think, is that always been the case? Or has it been like more recently? Like, and when I say more recently, I mean like, when did Space Marine 2 come out? Was it like two years ago? Do you reckon it was like around then? And they're like sort of feeding off the popularity of Space Marine 2, knowing that it was an entry point for a lot of people. So they really like lent into the Space Marine 2 hype to try and get more people into it. Do you reckon that might be the reason? Ultra Nepo baby poster boys. You know what, right? I was, like I said, I was thinking of starting a Ultramarines army for the loyalists, and it's mainly because of the Space Marine 2 game and because of Titus. But the more I listen to people, the more stick they get. And it's making me like think I might change my mind and collect a different loyalist army, because the only Ultramarine stuff that I've got is Titus, and I've got that because of the game, and I might just keep it as like a separate thing. They get stick because they're the default Imperium. Okay, that makes sense. As long as I've been part of the hobby, they've been the poster boys. Oh, so it's been an ongoing thing for a long, long time then. The Ultramarines themselves are awesome, but I wish other factions would get the same amount of love. Yeah, I've heard that as well. That some of the factions haven't had like model refreshes for a really long time. Grey Knights, is it? Is that one of them? Oh, see? Said Grey Knights as well. That's what I heard. Pour one out for our Grey Boys, yeah. What other loyalist factions do you think could do with a bit of a refresh and some love? Because, like I say, I do like the Ultramarines, but if I was to change from, say, doing an Ultramarines army, and I was to do, say, like a different Space Marine army for the loyalists, last thing I want to do is pick an army that have got like no options. I want to pick something where I've got a good selection, because I know the Ultramarines have got, like, when you go onto the Games Workshop website, they've got insane number of options. If you like Ultramarines, you shouldn't feel discouraged from collecting them. Oh, fair. Could talk about Grey Knights for hours, as they're going to be my starter army. Had a whole financial plan and everything. Oh, nice. Why did you change your mind about them being your starter army? I wish the Votan would get more exposure in the media, books, games, etc. Are they the the equivalent of like the dwarf faction, if you want to call it that? But then I learned in the 11th edition that they may likely get a range refresh, as they haven't been updated in 11 years. That's insane. And have the firstborn models. That means they're smaller and different. That's crazy. Yeah, they're definitely due a refresh / new models then. That is crazy. If you're a Grey Knights fan or collector, it sucks, that does, doesn't it? I wonder how many people love Grey Knights but then have been put off collecting them because of the lack of options. Because that will be a deciding factor for some people, surely. I mean, they have had small minor changes, but the whole army needs the refresh rather than specific named minis. Yeah, because when you look at the different units, like Terminators and all the other bits and bobs, do they have their own specific versions of those? I don't imagine they do, from what everyone's been saying. Not specifically Terminators, but just generally, in terms of the range of units. I don't imagine they do, from the way everyone's been talking. They do got some specific minis. They are just super old and don't have the modern proportions of newer minis. That sucks as well. Especially if you've got stuff like on the tabletop when you're playing against other people and people's minis look so much newer and more in line with what the modern mini looks like. Also, they have the baby carrier, which you either love and find hilarious or hate for the same reason. I've not come across that. What's that then? Someone enlighten me. And judging by Sloth's response, look up Dread Knight. Okay. Dread Knight. This is going to be interesting. Dread Knight Warhammer. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I can see why it's referred to as the baby carrier. How how popular is it? I can see that it says here on the Warhammer website they're in stock. How much does it cost? Oh well, the zoomed in picture's even more interesting, shall we say. $82. Looks like quite a big model as well. Don't show him our shame. It's all over. Cue the sad music. I don't imagine you're going to be picking one of them up then. See, that's one of the other good things about being new to Warhammer is when you're speaking to people who have been around it for a long time, they are obviously already aware of this sort of stuff. But for me, I'm experiencing it for the first time, and it's funny. I certainly will pick them up. They are a centerpiece model for Grey Knights. Very strong. It's a good point, actually. How good is the miniature in the tabletop game? Because if he's like super good in the tabletop game, maybe you can get over the fact he looks dodgy as hell. I think if you gave the Grey Knights some Terminators and squads, a shiny new Dreadnought, they'd be golden. Okay. Oh, so you don't think it will take much then for it to bring into sort of modern standards? Nemesis Dreadnought stands at 16 inches. 16 inches? Jesus. I bet that's going to take some painting and assembling. That's a project that will keep you busy, won't it? Jeez. I'm voting to promote you as the Games Workshop CEO. Let's make it happen. Let's get Alex in there. I'll be straight on Alex's case to get some updated Catan models as well then. Dread Knights are pretty good on the tabletop as far as I can tell. Oh, there we are. It sweetens the deal, I suppose. makes up for how bad they look for the Nemesis. I'll have a look at that in a minute as well. So we'll click on that, see what it is. Oh, this is the stats for the Dreadnought. Yeah, that for me, looking at that at the moment is like reading another language. Yeah, I just seen your message. Might not understand it. Eventually I'll get there, but right now, like I say, it's like reading another language. But I will get there. I definitely need to do some research on what it all means and how it all works. It's a shame that they don't do more casual / learner nights more often where I'm at, because I'm definitely more of a like visual learner, in the sense of like if I was to like be told what things mean as I'm playing, I'd pick it up way quicker. And that's the thing that annoys me about these casual nights not being as readily available. The basic small Necron? What, as in like the Necron warrior? Or the scarabs? Like the little bug looking things? Necron warrior, yeah. I think you can pick up like a pack of 10 or 12 of those for like 28 quid. I'm going to need to grab some of those at some point as well. To like bolster my army. I can't just have a whole bunch of destroyers. Well, I could, but need some variety, right? A Necron army built around destroy cult minis would be sick at AF. Really? Oh, nice. Because basically, all of the minis in my 500 Worlds battalion, I'm pretty sure they are all destroyers, aren't they? So you've got the Ophidian destroyers, Locust destroyers, Scorpic destroyers, Hexmark. Yeah, they're all destroyers. Interesting. Would that mean that the points for them would be more expensive, or like how would that work? What, you thought about doing? Oh, interesting. Oh, the fact that you thought about doing it as an experienced player, that gives me confidence. Oh, what stopped you from getting it, Alex? We could have done it. We could have assembled it and painted it together. That would have been cool, man. Still time. I haven't started it yet. Ah, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Finish what you've got first before moving on to something new. Oh, project-wise then, Alex, have you finished your Iron Warriors now? Because I know you sent the picture of them in the Discord, are they done? Do you have anything else you need to do to them? The reason I ask is I wondered what your current project or like upcoming project is in terms of like your, if you want to call it your pile of shame. Still in the middle of your Iron Warriors army. Okay, cool. And your Iron Warriors army, what have you completed? Like, what have you assembled and painted done versus what you have like in boxes to assemble, or maybe you've already assembled stuff and have left to paint before you move on to like say something else? Still have 5 Havocs to build and paint, then the Venom Crawler, a Forge Fiend, and 2 Obliterators. I have completed 20 Marines and a Warpsmith. Oh, cool. Out of the stuff you just mentioned that you've got left to build and or paint, how long do you think it would take you to get all of that done? See, this is where I need some like low background music. I need to look into that over the weekend for when people are writing responses and I'm concentrating. My nose, man. Jesus Christ. I can't even blame it on hay fever. With the speed I'm currently at, I could probably finish it by the end of February. That's not bad. That's pretty good going, actually. And then I'm pumping you full of questions tonight. If, say, for example, you get it finished by end of February or like mid-March at the latest, what's the plan then? Do you have some other stuff you've already got that you need to finish off? Or is it the territory of I need to then buy more stuff, like more Iron Warrior stuff or a new faction stuff altogether? I feel like I need one of those, like, you know, those magnifying glasses with the light. I'll probably wait for the new Iron Warrior minis or get some Chosen or some more Demon engines. Yeah, because the Iron Warriors have got some new stuff coming out from the teasers. When is that? Do you remember the Iron Warrior demon thing that they teased the other day and then revealed? Are you going to get that? And when is that due to come out? Also, reanimation protocol at the start of your round. Roll dice for each Necron unit. Depending on the number you roll, you heal that unit. If the Necron dies and you heal more than your current count of units, your dead Necrons come back to life. On big Necrons, it just heals their HP. This continues a while That is mad. That is really mad. Don't think it has a release date yet, but yes, I will definitely get the Mutilators. That's it. I couldn't think of the name. It does look really cool, though, that Mutilator. Are you looking forward to painting it? Because it looks like it's going to be like a really cool one to assemble and paint. The strat against Necrons is kill them as fast as you can, otherwise they can keep reanimating. Yeah, fighting against Necrons does not sound fun. I'm kind of glad that as a starter army, I've gone with the Necrons as opposed to against them. Anyone who is new to the stream and channel, welcome along. Thank you very much for tuning in. As you can see, we're painting or finishing the Nekrosor Ammentar today before, hopefully, assembling some more Necrons later. More specifically, Destroyers. So yeah, feel free to drop us a follow. Jump into Discord to have a look at some of the projects we're working on. If not, if you just want to chill, ask some questions, feel free to do so. Necrons are like a pest that need exterminating. I just grow back eventually. I would know. I'm a Necron player. Ah, there we are. You'll have to teach me all you know, because I literally know nothing. I'm literally just finding out now today from Sloth about the reanimation tactic, which is insane. I'm so glad I picked Necrons by accident. Question is, how much paint have you actually applied to the unit in your hand? Yeah, tonight, not much. Not much at all. Not as much as I should have done. End up talking and getting carried away. It should be called a talking stream, shouldn't it? See, this is why it takes me so long to do the painting. I found doing the assembly stuff on stream, we got more done. I think it took an hour and 40 minutes to do the assembly of this dude. Alex, can you explain Necrons when the time is right? I'd rather he takes it from an actual Necrons player. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, once I've got some more units built and painted, maybe you could. I'll be closer to being ready then, and I'll need all the advice. Now, Alex, I know you said you're casual, but I'm less than casual and plan to only play casually. So you're like, compared to me, you're way more advanced. I've only just realised the name of the stream is wrong. It's the same name as it was last time. Hold on. I hate it when it doesn't update. So annoying. Right, let's change that now. That changed? Yes. The Night Dragon is 8 inches tall, by the way, large model. That'd be the biggest one I have if I did get it. Tracy the Infinite. Oh, I'm assuming the model doesn't currently reflect what he's supposed to look like then. I'm mega conscious now of making sure I get this stuff painted. I didn't realise I was talking so much. Oh dear. Looks alright. Bit underwhelming for such a prolific character. Yeah, that's fair, innit? You've got to make sure. What's the other one? On the Games Workshop website, is it the Night King or the Silent King? That model looks pretty cool. Quite expensive though. It was like over £100. Do you have that one? Okay. Smell. Yeah. That's fine. I'll close the door like I did last time. There we go. Slowly coming along. Haven't got any Necrons in years. Still think one of the coolest models in the game is Magnus the Red. Oh, I've not seen that one. I'll have to check him out. Let me turn this box round. So I think there's some better pictures on the back, like zoomed in. Yes, there is. Especially around all these green wires. Originally was looking at Thousand Suns, but I found the playstyle of Death Guard more... That's good. Since you mentioned Death Guard, Mortarion looks super cool as well. Primarchs in general are just sick. Yeah, if I do stick with Ultramarines, I do want to pick up old Gilly Baby at some point. He's a must buy, isn't he? Have you seen the Great Unclean One? He's a big chonker and I love him. Lovely. He looks like the average Greg's enjoyer before work. So, what a way to describe him. That's brilliant. I like that. That's a good reference. Oh dear. I'm trying to work out where the rest of these wires are so I can paint them white and then green. Have you seen on the hand the Great Clean One? Great fan conversation though. A bit disturbing in its own way. Oh, I've not seen that. I don't think I've seen the model saying that. Yeah, Greg's is where you get they're famous for their sausage rolls. I have not. That's a diabolical crime to a Nurgle. Cheese and bean melts and crocs. Nice. Real nice. Sounds like a neat place. Yeah, it's not that expensive either. You can actually get a serious munch for like 10 quid. You'd be surprised at how much you walk out with. But it's all pastries, so it's terrible for you. But it's so nice. Right. I'm going to just be right back in 5 minutes. I've just got to put my dog to bed with my partner in the kitchen. So I'll be back in 5 minutes, okay? I'll definitely be back though. Oh, it was a lot quicker than I thought. No barking, no craziness. Convince JC to get a monolith or a tesseract vault. What's one of those? Tell me more. You're gonna get me. You're gonna get me to have an argument and break up with my bank. Thought about buying them on several occasions, but was able to withstand the temptations. Just large Necron models. Oh, I'll have to have a look at those when I get a chance. Anything Necron related. I've spent an unhealthy amount of time looking through the Necron models list on Games Workshop and then comparing the prices on there to Element Games, Whaling Games, and God knows how many other websites. I've even... Oh, hold on. Don't look, they draw you in. That's the problem. That is the problem. You know when people say, don't get tattoos, because once you get one, you'll end up getting 10? I feel like that same rule applies to Warhammer. You can't just get one box. Once you get one, it's game over. It's playing with fire, my friend. Oh no. What has Warhammer done to me? Oh yeah, going back to the point I was just about to make. I don't know if you guys have ever looked into this or may have done it already, or maybe you're planning on doing it. But I was looking on like eBay and other like reseller websites at old school Necrons. So we're talking like Necrons from like 20, 30 years ago, Necrons that were like when they were made of metal. And I was thinking about buying some of the old school ones and like modernizing them, because obviously they were painted in a certain way 20, 30 years ago, and the equipment, tools, and techniques that are available now were very different to back then. So my point being is buy the old models and see how we can make it look using today's stuff. What does your girlfriend think of you getting into Warhammer? Is she fine with it or afraid you'll... For now, she's fine with it, but she has asked some questions because of the price of some of this stuff and how often I've already bought stuff. And she also knows that this is just the beginning and it will go much further. So right now it's fine, but as the list of stuff grows, that may change. By the way, JC, what did you prime your Necrons in? I primed them in. I got a spray can, a Citadel spray can of lead belcher. I think it was like, I want to say like 10 quid, 12 quid off of Element Games. I put a whole list of like spray cans and Citadel paints that I wanted, and they were significantly cheaper on Element Games. I think I ended up buying like 14, 15 different like items and spray cans from Elements, and they came within like 2 days. Saved myself like 20 odd quid in the end, which I know doesn't sound like much, but I could have basically bought a whole bunch of more paints or even a model with the money I saved. So glad people let me know about those sites. I've saved so much money since. When I prime my Nurgle army, I'm tempted on priming them in green colour instead of black or white to save time. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's why I did the same with the Necrons. Rather than do them in black, I did it in lead belcher, so I didn't have to paint the whole thing. Alex, I know what you mean. Yeah, saved money, because I probably just ended up spending it on more Warhammer stuff. It's a dangerous game, this this old Warhammer universe, isn't it? I'm still waiting for the and if any of you guys know, let me know. I'm desperate to know. The Huron Blackheart box set. It's Huron Blackheart and his gang, if you want to call it that. I know there's another word for it, but yeah, Huron Blackheart and his gang, which I think is like 5, 6, 7 models in total. And then they've got like a bit like a box of the battalions or combat patrol of the Red Corsairs, and it comes with like 15 to 20 models. Both of those box sets, I want them. I want to build a Huron Blackheart / Red Corsairs army as my chaos faction. So far, yeah, I probably have saved nearly 50 quid using elements. Prior to using elements, I actually ordered my Nekrosor and Titus from the Games Workshop website, and it was only after, I think it was like 2 days later, someone told me about elements, and it would have saved me 21 quid. Had I have ordered them from elements, which is annoying. But since then, I've not bought a single thing from Games Workshop. I'm going to avoid using them unless it's like an exclusive Games Workshop only thing, and I desperately want it. I'm going to avoid buying anything from there. In 40k, you're guaranteed to spend lots of money and lose money. It's just how you stretch the budget out as much as you can. Yeah, I'm slowly coming to realise that. Red Corsairs are fascinating because, as far as I know, they are traitors to the Imperium, but not Chaos worshippers, except Huron Blackheart himself. Yeah, I watched a lore video on the is it the Badab Wars, and how Huron Blackheart went from being part of the Astro Claws, after defending is it Maelstrom? I think that's right. Badab War, yeah. So with the Badab War, you know the Astro Claws, like the Space Marines from the Astro Claws, are they the ones that became the Red Corsairs, or is it a different group of people? Yeah, see, I thought that they became them as well. And again, I'm not sure either. Maybe that's something to do a bit of research on. I'm always curious about these things. I might take a look later. End up down a rabbit hole. Let's get this right. You have Necrons. Yeah. Yeah, I can see where you're going with it. I'm definitely sticking with it. So the plan is I'm gonna have 3 armies. Necrons as my Xenos army, Red Corsairs as my Chaos army, and Ultramarines as my Loyalist army. But I think for the time being, rather than like buy a little bit of this for that faction, a little bit of that for that faction, etc., I'm just gonna focus on Necrons. With the Tyranids, the only reason why I've got Tyranids is it was not an accident, because obviously I purposely bought the introductory set, but that was because I wanted to see if I liked Warhammer, and then I knew I'd use the 5 Space Marines that came with the introductory set for my Ultramarines. With Orcs, I probably won't collect Orcs because I'm doing Necrons. Maybe if I complete my Necron army in a few years and I get bored and want to start something new, then maybe I'll do some Orcs. Maybe. But for now, Necrons are my number one focus. And then after Necrons, it's going to be Red Corsairs. Because it'll probably take me a good long while to finish this Necron army, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's like the trifecta of Warhammer collecting, I suppose. Ah, good evening, X Gamer X. How we doing? Oh, thanks, bro. Yeah, I'm really happy with the way this is coming along. Appreciate that you think it looks cool. Try Orcs, definitely. Yeah, I will at some point. Because I do think they look really cool. And I mentioned it in the earlier part of the stream. It was Orcs and Necrons were like neck and neck in terms of who I was going to pick for my Xenos army. I've got a question though for all of you guys watching in the chat. I picked Necrons for my Xenos army, Ultramarines for my Loyalist, and Red Corsairs for my Chaos. If you guys had to do the same thing, pick one army to build for Xenos, one army to build for Loyalists, and one army for Chaos, who would you pick? And why? I'm quite interested to see what you guys pick and why you pick them now. X Gamer X took 2-3 hours painting Gazcol. Oh my god, is it done? Oh, I think you sent a picture to the Discord, didn't you? Fair play. You get your painting jobs done pretty quickly. I wish I could do mine that fast. I really do. That way, I could move on to actually doing some other stuff. I genuinely thought I'd finish this tonight. I got so carried away with talking. That I've managed to take my sweet ass time with this. I think there's one tiny little wire left, and then I've just got to paint this little block thing on the back, and then that is the wires done. Thank the Lord. Right, let's have a look. I can see some of the comments coming in now about which armies you would pick if you had to do for 3. Let's have a look to see what... Well, I already have Necrons and Iron Warriors, but for loyalists, I'd probably create a home brew chapter, I think. Oh, okay, that's interesting. What would you do for it then? What would you do for the homebrew chapter? What would be like the theme, and what would you do for it? Sloth. I think mine would be Grey Knights. The law and anti-chaos vibes is something I'm all for. Nice. Death Guard, Nurgle's contamination, and concept of slow plague rolling through excites me. Nice. And then Tyranids, who doesn't have galactic traveling alien dinosaur bugs. Yeah, who doesn't love them? Fair. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't like Tyranids more, to be honest with you, because obviously Space Marine 2 was one of the reasons I ended up getting into Warhammer. And obviously you've got Tyranids, Ultramarines, and then Thousand Suns in Space Marine 2. There isn't any other factions or armies in Space Marine 2, is there? Oh, Astra Militarum are in there. Am I forgetting someone? Not someone. Am I forgetting a faction? Knowing me, I probably am. I've always played with the idea of Primaris chapter that use the World Eater's gene seed and sort of what they could have been without butcher's nails in their brains and corn influence. Interesting. Okay. What color scheme would you go for? Would you go like similar to the World Eaters, or is that just the gene seed side of things that you'd look at? What sort of color scheme would you do? And would you do like a different like shoulder plate and stuff? For me, it's Tyranids or Orcs, but the Orcs just seem too jokey for me to take the faction seriously. Yeah, they're a bit crazy. They are a bit mad, to be fair. I'm looking forward to playing with the Orcs in... Is it Dawn of War 4? Something paired with red. Nice. Yeah, I am looking forward to playing with the Orcs in Dawn of War 4. And I don't know if any of you guys have played the game called Mechanicus, where it's a turn-based game and they fight against the Necrons. They've got Mechanicus 2 coming out this year, and you can actually play as both factions. And the graphics look really good. The skill trees look really good. Like the progression looks really good. I can't wait. Oh, you like Mechanicus as well? Oh, nice. I haven't done any gaming on the channel yet. I do plan on doing some gaming, but I just didn't want to do any any old games, because most of the Warhammer games that are out at the moment, like Rogue Trader, Mechanicus, Space Marine 2, etc., Dark Tide, they've been out for a while. So most people would have already seen stuff like that and they're probably not interested. But when the new stuff comes out, like Dark Heresy, Mechanicus 2, a lot of people won't have seen that, so they'll be interested in maybe like tuning in and seeing what things look like. So yeah, I think I'm planning on doing Total War, Dawn of War, Mechanicus 2, Dark Heresy, Space Marine 3, which is not coming out until like 2029. I might stream. I don't know if any of you guys play Space Marine 2, but the Tech Marine class will be going live for that at the end of February. And I know a lot of people are hyped for it. So if people are interested, I could play the update. And then if you guys play Space Marine 2 as well, then maybe we could jump in as a team and maybe play a few like operations together and grind out some of the relic tokens so we can upgrade some of the like weapons and armor and stuff. That would be pretty cool. You can stream Space Marine 2 with success. You reckon? I know the update would definitely pull some people in. But if you guys play Space Marine 2, like I said, I'd be up for playing it with you guys. What other Warhammer games are multiplayer / cross-platform? Because we could play a few. I know you can play... So obviously, as we said, Space Marine 2, Dark Tide I know is multiplayer. I think Rogue Trader's even multiplayer. What else is there? You've got Bolt Gun, which I think is single player. Mechanicus 1 and 2. Is Mechanicus 1 multiplayer? Is number 2 going to be multiplayer? I don't actually know. I haven't looked into it. I'm very impressed with your technical ability and hobbying ability too, bro. Oh, mate, thank you so much. Miles ahead of me when I first started over 2 decades. You really think so? That's really kind, man. Thank you so much. I'm just taking my time with it, to be honest with you. I think a lot of it comes down to me talking so much on stream. I end up not rushing it because I'm talking so much. Lovely jubbly. That is a good question with the bases. So fortunately with this one, it came with a pre-made base that I just need to paint. But generally speaking, like base-wise, I I haven't looked into it. And prior to this model, I'd only done 2 Space Marines, which base-wise I've done nothing with them. So I need to up my base game. What suggestions do you have for like a beginner in terms of like getting started and sort of not overwhelming myself? What would you suggest? Judge, yes, bro, you're already picking out details and shading. I simply wasn't able to do these techniques properly till years after I started. You'll probably be a good strategist as well. Oh, mate, you are too bloody kind, Judge. I really do appreciate your kind words, my friend. From the pictures that you sent on the Discord, Judge, man, you're painting. It's not bad at all. It's brilliant. Really good. I really like the Imperium, the Ultramarine stuff that you did. Suggestions for beginners: leave them empty until you're truly confident. I think slapping on a technical paint and dry brushing / wash would be the easiest way to do it. What technical paint would you suggest? Because I haven't come across technical paint yet. Are there any like good starter type technical paints? Is the technical paint like not paste, but like, you understand what I mean? Like it's paste but not paste. I'm describing that terribly. Hopefully you know what I mean. There's all sorts of kinds, depends on what terrain you want. As long as it doesn't look like the underside of a hobnob. Some could be very thick. They're meant to be dry and look like rocks on Earth. What would you say would look good for Necron bases? Because like this one, for example, is like rubble with like what looks like mud and gravel. Yeah, according to the picture. Judge, my painting is okay. By the way, I'm blind now. Painting's made you blind, or the eye stinging and dryness. Yeah, it can. You can feel like that after a painting session, can't you? Mad bad eyes, like mine are like that now. Been streaming for what? Nearly 3 hours. Better check my battery actually. Oh, 72%. It's fine. My Necron painting kit back in the day came with some Astro Granite. I've never used it though. Looks like the moon's surface, I think. Oh, that would work well, wouldn't it? I think. Ah, no paint on the paintbrush. No, there's a couple of little spots I'm now noticing where I've just gone over slightly with the white paint on some of the black and grey areas, which I'm now at some point going to need to go over. It's like a never ending fixing of mistakes sometimes, isn't it? Just go around in circles fixing everything that you've done wrong. I think I've done this now. Finally. Oh, it's just a little teeny weeny bit there, and then it is really done. Lovely. Right, I'm going to just clean the brush and then have a quick look at the model to see if there are any other pieces that I have missed where white needs to go. Because I think we're done with the white. Finally. I've done so much talking. Alright, quip. Starting to trip over my words now because my mouth is so dry. I need to take a little drink. And then I'll catch up on some of your comments. Where's my juice? Righty then. What's everyone saying? Another key skill, JC. Learn when to stop fixing the tiny mistakes. A model is done, let it be. Yeah, that's what I'm starting to find now. I'll fix one thing, and then in fixing one thing, or like trying to make something look better, I'll end up like accidentally putting like the smallest splodge or two somewhere, and then I feel the need to go back and repaint that bit, and then I end up making another mistake, and then you just go around in circles over and over and over again. It's mad. And I'm a bit of a perfectionist as well, so I just end up going around in circles. That's what I ended up doing with my first ever Space Marine. I think I painted him, and Space Marine's like a bog standard Space Marine, right? Isn't difficult to paint. And I think I ended up painting him over 2 or 3 streams, and those streams were an average like an hour and a half to 2 hours, which is insane. Like we're talking 4 to 6 hours on one Space Marine, which is crazy. It's way too long. Need to catch up on character lore. Sounds very interesting, like Trazen the Infinite. Oh, we were talking about Trazen earlier, actually, and how his miniature doesn't look great and could do with an upgrade. Definitely. The hobbying community is very different than the football community, isn't it, bro? Here you're in control, no banter, just vibes and wholesome relaxation. Oh yeah, no, I'm loving the community, loving the vibe. It's so good. Only start doing that when farming content for your streams. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. That's not a bad shout actually, in terms of becoming that perfectionist. It's not bad, because I have noticed as well, when I'm doing the painting, my hand isn't always directly under the camera, and that's because I've got a very not a great setup at the moment. It's a bit of a balancing act with like boxes and stuff like that. However, I have just ordered myself a stand so that the camera, rather than it being at the back end of the table facing me diagonally, it will be directly over the top of where my hands are, and that will look much better for when, well, firstly when I'm doing streams, And secondly, if I want to like download the stream and then like chop it up and turn it into a video, whether it be for assembling or painting, having that over the top camera is going to make such a difference. So I ordered that yesterday, so I'm hoping it will be here either next week or the week after. That would be very nice. Okay, what am I going to do next? I think I said I was going to do some shading because I'm not adding any of this Reekland flesh shade to the green parts. I'm just going to be adding that to the silver parts. So I don't have to worry about the green parts being wet from earlier or the white parts that are still wet that I'm going to be painting green. The setup you got much better though. This stream is a big improvement to the last one I've seen. Yeah, no, thank you for the feedback actually. I do appreciate that because unless people tell me like what's good and what's not good, I can't make changes and improvements. And I'm a big boy. I can take criticism. So if there's something that you feel like I can upgrade, then tell me. Because I think my first 2 or 3 streams, I was using a portable webcam which records in 1080p, but it didn't have the function to focus. So when I was doing like the painting and the assembling, because the camera was so close to the table and where my hands were, the image was blurry. And I didn't realize that at the time until I think someone mentioned it. And then I started looking back. So I'm actually using my phone camera at the moment, which is connected to my laptop via the Wi-Fi connection via OBS. And the camera on that is, sorry about this guys, my nose is so bad. Is so much clearer and it has autofocus. So you guys can see now when I do stuff like this. Should I move it back a bit? Or is that too far away? Nope, this way. You know, you guys can actually see the details of the model, whereas previously I don't think you could. So I've got a proper mic, a laptop with OBS, a proper camera. Yeah, you can see the minis properly now. It's about time, isn't it? You know, it's bad if I'm doing a painting or assembly stream and you can't see the minis. But if any of you guys have any other suggestions, it could be something that I've already got, or it could be something that I might be able to invest in the future. Please let me know. Do you have the ultramarines that you painted on hand per chance? I'd like to see them now that I can see them. I don't, but they're just in the next room, so give me 30 seconds and I'll go grab them now. Righty then, sorry about the wait. The missus asked me to do something as I was grabbing the minis. So I've got two here, side by side. One of them is, I don't know if you can see that. Oh, maybe I'm a bit too close. Yeah, I think I'm a bit too close. Let's do one at a time. Hold on. There we go. So this is the one that has the fully finished one. Nope, I need to pull the back a little bit. There we go. This has got like the Nuln oil on it. And then I've just used the introductory box set paints. So the Balthazar gold on the gun and the shoulder plates, Macragge blue, Abaddon black, and then whatever the purple one is for the purity seal, and then what's it called? Wraithbone for the white, and then to finish off the Nuln oil. And then this one is a work in progress. It's definitely more of a mess. Like the shoulder plates, I've gone over the edges massively. There's a lot of touch-ups that I need to do on this one, and it hasn't had the Nuln oil applied to it yet. Oh, that one's not focused. Focus. So, yeah. But the first one that I showed you was the first mini that I ever painted. So for a first effort, I can't complain. I can already see a lot of improvement since you painted these Marines. Well done, mate. Oh, mate, I really appreciate that. I'm glad that you can be honest with me as well, because I need to know if I'm getting better, and I also need to know where I can get better, like what I did wrong or what I can improve on. Well, at the moment, I can pretty much improve on most things. So, by the way, JC, if you like to see some examples of tabletop, a time efficient channel is 40K in 40 minutes, 40-minute simulated battles with good editing. Oh, okay. Yes, I am interested actually. 40K in 40 minutes. Let me take a look at that now and save it. 40K in 40 minutes. Oh, it's a YouTube channel as well, right? Nice. Play on Tabletop. Okay, so the channel's called Play on Tabletop, but the series is called... Right, gotcha. Nice. I've just subscribed to their channel. Oh, they've got over 500,000 subs. Fair play. That's good. Judge, bro, you should definitely chop a few videos of your progress. That would be genius. Yes, I'm planning on doing that. I did do it with the assembly video. But I did notice that I was holding the the mini much closer to me rather than under the camera, and having that new stand is going to massively help with that. Like massively help with that, because it's over the top as opposed to the other end of the table at an angle. So it's going to be way better for recording what I'm actually doing, and then for editing and chopping. It's going to be significantly better. To me, it seems the paint on the Marines look quite thick. Yes, it does. I wasn't very good at the whole the wet palette thing when I first started. I got the mix on the wet palette completely wrong, and since then I've changed it, watched some more tutorial videos, and I've made changes on that front, which helps massively. Yes, it was the primer as well. So basically what happened was I had some matte spray cans from a previous DIY job, matte black. So I sprayed the matte black and the Tyranids, and then I thought to myself, let me watch some tutorial videos on how best to paint Space Marines. And me being the what's the word now? Basically, I just assumed that all minis were primed black, right? I then watched a tutorial video where they primed the Space Marines with a blue primer, Vallejo Magic Blue, which was a significantly lighter colour to Macragge Blue. So when I made mistakes and tried to fix them with Macragge Blue, it was a noticeable difference. So I primed them black, then I primed them Magic Blue, and then I ended up basing them all in Macragge Blue. So they've got like 3 coats of paint. And then obviously the gun was black, and then Balthazar gold. So every area on here has had 3 layers of paint. So, but with this one, I literally just did one regular thin layer of primer, which was lead belcher, and you can see the difference. It's so much better, like significantly better. So yeah, I think changing the way I prime my minis and thinning my paint more is a definite moving forwards. Yeah, as you say there, it definitely got lost along the way. It's that typical like noob not really knowing what you're doing, following a guide, second guessing everything. But since then, sort of reverse engineering it and looking back, I realized my mistakes and I made sure I didn't make them on this one. But like I said, your current Necron is already so much better. I don't see these issues if you're Necron at all. So, mate, yeah, that's awesome. I appreciate that. Like I say, be as constructive and direct as possible with feedback, because it's the only way I'm going to get better at the hobby, really. So I appreciate all feedback. All of it helps me at the end of the day. And that's another reason why I wanted to put the those channels in the Discord, because it helps other people as well, right? If we're all like giving feedback and offering advice, we're all helping each other out in like trying to get better. So I quite like that. I've ruined some minis with spray paints too. It happens. It's part of the learning experience. Yes, it is. And in a way, I'm kind of glad that I did it with the Space Marines from the introductory set, because they're not really a specific unit that I was really looking forward to buying or painting. So I'm quite glad that I've ruined those ones, if you want to call it that. And I've still got 3 more. So if I want to do some more experiments, I got the opportunity to do so. My very first mini for D&D I ruined by spraying too much varnish on it. Oh dear. It never fully dried. It's sticky to this day. Jesus. How much did you put on? That's mad. Some good going on the varnish front for sure. deep fudgesticles. Over here, the end of it, if I get paint on the table, which I didn't. Deeply appreciate this side of your life, bro. Brings back joyful memories. Happy to see you embracing the hobby. Keep at it. Yeah. I know some people get put off by it pretty early doors. But so far, there is nothing that I've come across, whether it be the cost. I know some people don't enjoy. Like I know I spoke to some people on Discord, and they were like, I don't enjoy doing the assembly at all. They don't mind the painting, but they haven't got into the hobby for the assembly or painting. They just want to do the playing part. I actually enjoy all of it. I like the assembly stuff for like the problem solving and the challenge. I like the painting because I like to get quite creative, and it's quite therapeutic actually. It's very chill. So yeah, I like the whole thing. And Judge, I need to get you on stream doing a side-by-side painting or assembly. You got that tank. I'm not going to let you go on this one. It needs to happen. The levels of concentration right now are mad. Now I only brush my varnish on. I'm assuming that, again, this might sound like a silly question. You put the varnish on for more of a shiny finished look? Is that right? Or is there another reason? Levels of concentration are mad as he proceeds to check the chat 0.2 seconds later. I'm terrible for it. I'm actually terrible. I can't help myself. I don't know why. Don't judge me. Oh dear. And this is why it takes me so long to paint my miniatures. I'm like a cat that sees the shiny light. In my case, the shiny light is chat. It's like I've got ADHD or something. Crazy. Lovely. I loved the hobby in painting and lore aspect of it. I also liked the gaming aspect, even though I was effective as a yeah, I love all of it. I love the books, I love the lore, I love the models, the shows that are out. Now put on matte varnish. I got into it because I use decals. Ah, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's a good thing to know, that is, for when I start doing that. Funny enough, Alex. Here she is. Horus Rising, and I'm currently on page 363, and I believe there is 412 pages, so I'm about 50 odd pages away from finishing book number 1. And when I do, I will be uploading a book review video, and then obviously moving on to the second book in the series, which is, what is it called again? Is it False Gods? Yeah, False Gods. I've got that one, and then after that I've got Galaxy in Flames as well. So I've got the first 3 books in the series. I'll be doing book reviews on all 3. Oh Jesus, wait, Jesus doesn't exist in 40k. Oh no, go. It's a good one, that is. This is a very good one. Once you've completed the painting, you can spray some sealant like Purity Seal or Abbey other brand to keep dust and chipping. Okay. I didn't know that either. Especially with the way they're being stored at the moment. And I've got like stuff sort of coming in and out of the cupboard where I'm storing it all the time. That could be quite good to stop dust chipping, and I'm assuming like scuffs as well. If you know of any sealant brands that I can pick up off, like say like a Hobbycraft or a or Amazon or something, let me know. I'll add it to my. I've got a bookmark folder on my bookmark bar, which is literally labelled shopping list, so I can add it to that. I don't know how how camera shy any of you guys are, or whether or not doing the whole YouTube, Twitch scene, having your face on camera or in a video. I don't know how any of you feel about that, but depending on how you feel, there could be certain scenarios where if you wanted to maybe like feature in something, like Alex, I know you read all the books or a lot of the books, and I know you're quite keen on seeing the book review, but I've seen some YouTube channels where like the YouTube host, if you want to call it that, being me, invites someone on to discuss the book with them, and to do like a side by side like book review, because obviously people see things differently and have different opinions. So as I said, I don't know how camera shy people are, but you know, if they are camera shy and that's something that doesn't appeal to them, then that's fine. Thought it'd be a nice option though. Some people do want to get involved, don't they? Not everyone, but some people would like to if they can. Just an idea, like. I'd be open to that once you get the Eisenhorn books or Infinite and Divine. I'd be down. Yeah, I've got the Eisenhorn Omnibus and I've got the Infinite and Divine, and there was another Necron book that was available on pre-order in October last year, I want to say. And I got that as well in December. And that's, for what I know, that's the most recent Necron book, I think. You haven't read more than those? Oh, right, okay. Have you not read the Horus Heresy book series then? I don't know why I assumed you had. See, this is why you should never assume. My bad. Oh, okay. Do you plan on reading them, or is it because you've like already aware of the lore? You don't want to? How did you find out about the Horus Heresy then? Did you watch like lore videos and stuff, is it? Or that's where all of my knowledge has come from so far. Outside of like, the books and stuff to do with the miniatures. Once you've finished Horus Rising, you've read more Horus Heresy books than me. Fair. I watch lots of lore videos. Yeah, that's what I'm doing at the moment. But I am trying to hang back on watching too many lore videos because I want to do over the weekend, if possible, I want to record a reaction video of me reacting to the Bricky timeline video. You'd like to believe you'll get them eventually. Fair. I suppose the one good thing about the books is if you follow the right lore tubers, and there are some good ones out there, they cover things in great detail and bring the story to life, which is, don't get me wrong, which is great. But then there are some of the finer details that they obviously don't bring up from the book. Otherwise the videos would be like 10 hours long, right? So that's the one thing I'd say about the books, is that you'll get more details than you would do in a YouTube video. That's the first thing that I noticed since reading the books. I'm sure you probably already knew that as well, but that's definitely one reason to get the books. Two questions for everyone in the chat. Question number 1. Once I've finished reading the first 3 Horus Rising books, what should I go on to next? Because I've got the Eisenhorn Omnibus, I've got the 2 Necron books, and then I've got the 3 Ultramarine books that are set on the 41st millennium. I've forgotten what they're called now, but I've got those 3 as well. Once I finished the first 3 Horus Heresy books. What books should I go on to next? And then the second question is, would you rather me do a pre-recorded video of me reacting to the timeline from Bricky, or would you prefer if I done it on stream so that I can react with you guys and you guys can mention stuff in the chat and we can have a bit of a laugh, and then I can upload that as a video for everyone else who wasn't available and like chop it up into a more watchable video? Those are my 2 questions. I like to be in the know of all the big lore happenings and events, but of course I don't know many of the characters and subplots in the books, so I think they'd still be very... Yeah, definitely, 100%. Good books to read are the Thesaurus, the Dictionary, and the Necron Codex. I don't have the Necron Codex. That is something that I need to buy. I wasn't sure if they were planning on doing an updated codex for the Necrons, and that's the only reason I haven't bought it yet, is because I didn't know if they were going to do an updated one for 11th edition, so I thought I'd wait, but I don't know. If they're not going to update it, then I'll get the one that's available now. Do any of you guys have the Necron Codex? Yeah, 3.5 hours and I'm still finishing the model. I know. Forgive me. I'm going to blame it on being a novice, but at the same time, I full well know that isn't the reason. But that's what I'm going to blame it on. And I'm going to stick to it. I genuinely had every intention of finishing this model tonight with a view to assembling at least a couple of those Necrons. I had every intention. My intentions were good. But what actually happened is a nightmare. Oh, God. I promise you I will get faster. I need to learn to have big breaks from the chat. Wait for the chat to build up. And then go back. Because otherwise, stuff like this happens. Well, they will get an update in 11th edition then. Could be several years depending on Game Workshop schedule. That makes sense. Goddamn Games Workshop. So it's taken me, what, 2 streams. I think my last stream was 2 hours long. And this one is 3.5 hours long. So we're coming up to 6 hours to paint this model. How long do you reckon it would have taken you guys to paint this model? I don't know how good you guys are at painting in terms of speed. I'm assuming it wouldn't have taken you guys nearly 6 hours to do it. Well, like I say, I'm going to fully blame the fact that I'm new, even though we all know that's not the reason. Oh dear. Oh, you reckon it would have taken you a similar amount of time, yeah? Oh, so it's not that bad then. Alex has got me panicking over here. Not Alex, sorry. Sloth's got me panicking over here. Thinking I'm a slow painter. 1,900 points left. So this is only worth oh right, okay. Yeah, if I get time, I'll watch some videos and research some of the stuff about the points and over the weekend if I get time. I've got a whole bunch of stuff to do, like I've got family stuff to do. I've got to take my missus for a haircut tomorrow. And then I've got to sort the kids out. I'll take my youngest for a sleepover. And then I've got a bit of a date night with the missus tomorrow. So I'm not sure I'll be able to do it tomorrow, but I'm hoping if I can't do it tomorrow, I can do some more on Sunday. Okay, so 165 plus, no, 165, and then I have 1835 left, right. Okay, 1835 left, yeah? So I've got all of these in my army as well. If you go online, you can find a list of what's included in the box for the purpose of points. I've also got a box of 5 Lich Guards as well. So I've got Nekrosor, 5 Lich Guards, which I haven't opened the box yet or assembled. And then I've got 11 miniatures destroyers from 500 worlds. Lich Guards are 85. 85 each, I'm assuming. I'm not sure if that's a stupid question, but... Oh, 85 as a group. Okay. Is that good? Okay, so let me put this down and I'll tell you what I've got. So I've got 3 Scorpec destroyers, and then one of those, I don't know what that is. It doesn't say in the description. I've got a Hexmark Destroyer 1. I've got 2 Locust Heavy Destroyers. And 3 Ophidian Destroyers with another one of those, whatever that is. So that's my Necron army so far. The plasmacyte doesn't cost any points. It's attached to the... Oh, okay. Interesting. Because I got another one of those with the Ophidian. That's good to know, though. Two Locust Heavy Destroyers are 110. So I've got about 500. That's not bad, I think. I'm saying that like I know what I'm talking about. It's a good start, yeah. So from a Necron point of view then, obviously you know what I've got. We've just gone through that, and I mentioned that I want to pick up some warriors. What do you think I could potentially get next? Should I get some more like named miniatures? Or some other units like the Immortals, for example? What should I get next? Do I need to get more like squad type units? Squads that come in like 5s and 10s? Or do I get more named characters? If you find chill people you can play any point size you want, but yes, I think 1000 points is the smallest official game size in the rulebook. Okay, that's good to know, because obviously my army is currently 500 points. I don't know why I thought this, but I just assumed that the army, because I thought I had quite a lot of minis, I just assumed that it was going to be way more. I don't know why I assumed that, but I put a picture of the Havocs I just assembled in Discord in case anyone wants to look. I tried kit bashing for the first time and swapped out some heads. Oh, nice, yeah. Hold on. I'll have a look at that now. Let's get it up and have a little look. Ooh, they look really cool. I'm looking at all the details. They are going to be fun to paint. Lots of intricate details. Fun / difficult to paint. Lovely. That's a cracking effort, that is. Really good. Good effing luck painting the trim on those. Yeah, good effort on the kit bashing as well, to be fair. If that's the first time you've tried it, it's a cracking effort. A challenge and test of your patience, yeah. It certainly will. That's why we love this hobby. Yeah, I can't wait to see the finished product on those. Also, if you want to look at core models, JC, I recommend searching up the Chaos Primarchs, Angron, Magnus, and Mortarion. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have a look at those. Definitely. I'm all about the rule of cool, as they say. Just swapped out 2 heads, but I think the one with the head crest looks pretty cool. Yeah, they all look pretty cool, to be fair. You've done a really good job, real cracking job with that. And like I say, I can't wait to see what they look like when they're finished painting, you know? It should be really interesting to say the least. Right. Not any bias involved with Chaos Troops here. Keep looking at Chaos JC. You're going to end up making me buy Chaos miniatures. I think I know where you're going with this. Being very naughty. And I love it. I'm all for it. At this rate, I'm going to end up collecting every faction in Warhammer. It's better than convincing you that you need a Catan to play Necrons at 2K. Really? Would it really need to be a Catan to get 2K? Jesus Christ. Once I get a steer on the points, I was going to say probably help me, but we'll see. We shall see. Another quick drink. Get the old mouth refreshed. They are just that strong. Okay. Yeah, once I get to grips with it, I'll understand like what's strong and why they cost this much points, and maybe rather than just like buying units based on how I think they look, like the rule of cool, maybe then I'll start basing what units I buy based on like point value, how strong they are, whether they're ranged attack, whether they're melee, so on and so forth. Because at the moment I'm just buying whatever I think looks cool, and for all I know I could be buying units that are absolutely crap or too expensive or, you know, whatever. I needed that. Oh wow, when you put it like that, context wise, 315 points. When you compare it to all the other units that we went to, like this one here is 85 points. That's a mad jump. Fair play. So there's my boy so far. I'm quite happy with that. And the basic Necron warrior dudes 10 is 90 points. Okay. I don't think I saw a comment when I asked this question earlier, so I do apologise if I'm repeating myself. I suppose it's more advice really than anything. Excuse me. So you guys know what Necron miniatures that I've got, and we've obviously worked out how much they are worth individually and as a group. What would you recommend unit wise I should get next? Like, is there a specific squad of units that I should get next, or more of a singular powerful character, or maybe a couple of singular powerful characters? What do you think would be best? Well in, bang it, banger paintwork for your third ever model. Oh, thanks, mate. I really appreciate that. Well, most of them still on unsure on a few. Fair. Fair, fair, fair. Alex, I don't know if you're still watching the stream, or maybe you're like super concentrating on the dudes that you just built, and maybe you're getting ready to paint them as well. But you said you had you have a Necron army, right? What's in your army in terms of like compared to mine? Like, what should I get next? I'd probably get some immortals, maybe a reanimator, and some sort of vehicle. Overlord's a good idea. Ooh, I did. Let me just pop this on there for a sec. I did see the immortals. What have you got here? Immortals, reanimator, and some sort of vehicle, and overlords. Right. Let's have a look. So we got immortals, Necrons. Let's go on the Warhammer website. Immortals. At some point, I'm going to work out how I can have the web page up on the screen. I should be able to do it now, actually. Hold on. Display capture. Does it change it to that now? Ah, right, okay. Can you guys see the screen, yeah? Oh, there we are. Perfect. We can look at this stuff side by side then. So some sort of cryptech would be good. Probably. I heard... last I heard, chronomancers are... Technomancers are pretty good. I got... Plasmaster, he's alright too. Right, so immortals... They are... You could look on eBay if someone is still selling the Necrons have of the Indominus box from a few editions past. They're a good box. Ooh, okay. eBay. Indominus box. It's right there. Lovely. Jesus, that one there's 300 quid. Oh. Ah, there we are. Yes, there's 150 odd pound for new on sprue Necron half. Only by the Necron half, right? Okay, that's what I did back then too. Okay. Ah, so you see this picture here. Ignore price and stuff for a second. So this picture here, this is what if you buy the Necron half, this is what you get in the Necron half, right? Nice, you get a whole bunch of Necron warriors. That's actually a pretty good... That's actually... Like, I couldn't name every unit because I'm still learning, but you get all of the Necron warriors. You get 2 of the 2 Scorpec destroyers in the middle. Scarabs. Yeah, you get what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 scarabs, which is nice. You have more destroyers, a destroyer lord, some warriors, a reanimator, an overlord, plasmancer, plus the... Yeah. It's a great baseline for Necron army. Yeah, do you know what? I couldn't agree more. That I didn't know about this. So this was a box set that was available on Games Workshop, but they don't make it anymore, and you can only buy it via places like, say, eBay. Is that right? Good evening, Dead Potato. How are we doing? Thank you very much for coming along as a first-time chatter. We have been painting Nekrosor, but then we got deep into chat about how to expand my Necron army and what to buy next. But how are you doing? What are you working on at the moment? It was a starter set for 8th edition, I think, maybe 9th edition, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, I suppose it doesn't matter which edition it was, because this is awesome. I am definitely going to add this to my... going to save this image. Ah, I can't save it. I am going to screen capture it instead. And I'm going to save it as Indomitus Necrons starter box. And then I'll look into seeing if I can get it at some point. That would be nice. Alright, let me turn off the old screen. and get back. Oh. Right. What's up? How's the stream rolling? Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. Stream's going fine. Like I said, we're working on finishing this off, which I was hoping to have finished hours ago. But with me being me, I've gone off on about a million different tangents in conversation. And it seems as though I've paid more attention to the chat as opposed to actually painting. Do you play any games? Yes, I haven't streamed any games yet, but I do plan on playing various different Warhammer games from the Space Marine 2 update for the Tech Marine, Mechanicus 2, which is coming out this year. I want to do a playthrough of Rogue Trader because I haven't played that yet before Dark Heresy comes out. I recently picked up Dark Tide, and hopefully we can get some people from the Discord to jump in as a group and play some of these games together. By the way, I do hand draw design and illustrations. Yes, if you want to join the Discord, Dead Potatoes, there's a link at the bottom of the stream, and if you join the Discord, there is a number of different channels where you can share your artwork or your do you want to just join the Discord and then you can send it to me on there that way, maybe? Right. Where is the green paint? So I can paint the white bits green. And then I think we just got to do some dry brushing after that and we're done. We're actually done, guys. Can you believe it? After all these hours. Finally getting there. Oh. Oh. Sorry, I'm just looking at some stuff quickly. Okay. Sorry about this, guys. Touching up the Warpsmith too. Nice. Keeping busy. Keeping busy. Dead potatoes. Why can you only show your artwork to me out of curiosity? Just wondering why. Seems a bit strange. Just checking there. Right, 57%, which is fine. Lovely. Right. Righty. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Sorry, guys. I'm just dealing with something a second. There we are, done. Yeah, Dead Potatoes, if you're still in the stream chat, just curious to know why you're only able to send artwork to me directly via a DM on Discord. If it's harmless, that's fine, but just let me know, because it just seems a tad odd. Oh, you think he's left, is it? Yeah. Did you find it a bit strange, Alex? Because when they joined my Discord as well, joined our Discord, the thing came up as likely to be spam. So I blocked him on Discord as well. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought it was a bit odd. It started off okay, a couple of questions seemed like genuine, harmless questions. Oh well. It's quite mad at how many scammers and bots and God knows whatever else there is on Twitch and YouTube chats, and some of the messages I don't know if you've seen the number of YouTube channels in the 40k community that are being demonetized for like AI purposes. But if you are aware of it, basically, I seen today that there's a bunch of people going around pretending that they can help people who have been demonetized, and they're referencing the Remembrancer, suggesting that they helped the Remembrancer, and suggesting that they've got contacts that they can reach out to help. And it's all a scam. The lengths that some people will go to scam people is actually scary nuts. Yeah, that is low, man. It's bad. Especially if you are someone who has been demonetized. Because it takes a lot of hard work, right? To get your channel monetized in the first place. And then all of a sudden, you get demonetized over something that's actually not your fault. And then to add insult to injury, if you do fall for the scam, you're going to get a double whammy. It's horrible. I'm probably going to finish doing this green now on the white bits. There's only a couple of bits on here. And then I'm going to call it a night. Let the miniature dry overnight. And then do the dry brushing tomorrow, I think. It's probably going to be another 10 minutes doing this. And then, just like your first ever kit bashing, I'm going to be doing my first ever dry brushing tomorrow. I'll try and do it on stream to show everyone, and then we can work on building the Necrons. But that's if I'm not doing something with the missus. Otherwise, it'll be Sunday. When are you planning on starting the paint job on the models you built earlier? You're going to give it a go tonight? You're going to get it started tonight, or are you going to do it tomorrow and over the weekend, or? Yes, spending some time with the missus is definitely the right thing to do. Got time to do it all, which is nice. Lovely. Since it's already 1 AM at my place, I'll finish varnishing the warpsmith and call it quits for tonight as well. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's just gone 12 o'clock here. It's a good session we've had tonight, isn't it? To be fair, I've enjoyed talking all sorts of Warhammer, all sorts of other stuff. We've had a laugh along the way as well. Some laughs and jokes. It's been good. It's been good fun. Now, I'm quite liking. I know the community is only very small at the moment. Like, I got 10 followers, 4 or 5 people on Discord, nearly 50 people on YouTube. I quite like the little community that we're building, and I like to call it we as well, not me, because everyone's part of it, and without everyone it wouldn't be a thing. So it's definitely we. 100%. Yeah, it's only small to start with, but we're building it together, and it'll only get bigger and better. Yeah, the guys on Discord are all great. I think everyone's on the same page. Everyone's like really positive with their feedback, and everyone's like sharing nice information about like Warhammer and stuff. It's cool. I definitely wasn't expecting this when I started, but I'm certainly happy with the way it's gone. 100%. So cool. Right. Sometimes I'm afraid that when I'm in chat while you stream, I take up too much of your time and attention. Oh, no, don't be daft. Absolutely not. I know Sloth was laughing and joking about it earlier, like winding me up about the amount of time it's taken to do this, but for me, it's not about how long it takes me to do this stuff. It's more about doing it having fun with it and having people to talk to and chill with. So if it means that it takes me twice as long or 3 times as long to get minis painted, whilst I have some nice chats with people, I'd rather that than just sit in silence and only talk to people like once every half an hour or once every hour. I much prefer doing it this way. Plus, it also makes the hobby feel like it lasts longer. Otherwise, I'd fly through all my miniatures in terms of assembling them and painting them, and it means I'd have to go out and buy more, which isn't a bad thing, but I don't think the missus would be happy. So yeah, no, I'd much prefer it to be like this. So no need to apologise. Don't change, and keep being the way that you've been. I really enjoy it. On that note though, I've just finished all the green for the mini, so I'm going to leave that there to dry overnight, and hopefully in the morning, as long as there isn't any glaring mistakes or glaring touch-ups that I need to do, I will give it a dry brush, and I'd say that it's done. I'll show you very quickly. Let me put my hand there first. There we are. This is what it looks like, up close and personal. That's the side, part of the back. Oh, thanks, Alex. I really do appreciate that. I'm glad you think it looks good. And considering it's the 3rd mini that I've ever painted, and the fact that I was like super looking forward to painting this one and also super nervous because of the amount of detail, I'm actually really happy with the way it's turned out. Like really, really, really happy. Very, very solid for your 3rd mini. Oh, thank you. It means a lot. But like I said, on that note, it's gone 1 AM for you, and I don't know about you, but I'm absolutely knackered. And it's just gone 12 here. I'm going to leave this mini dry overnight, and hopefully we can do some dry brushing tomorrow. But thank you very much for tuning in and spending your evening with me and working on our projects side by side. I will keep you posted on Discord as to when I'm streaming next. If me and the missus don't have plans tomorrow, I'll jump on and do some dry brushing tomorrow. If not, I'll try and jump on Sunday instead to finish this off and start assembling some Necrons. Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah, you have a great weekend too. And let me know how you get on with the project you're working on at the moment. If you start painting it and you get some done, drop some messages and pics in the Discord. But for now, have a great weekend, Alex. And I'll let you know when I'm streaming next. Good night, mate. Take care.